So hopefully, better luck this time. I hope you're well. So today I'm stitching a new piece for the channel. It's not I've been working on it for a little while, but probably the first time this year, and I'm really looking forward to it. So this piece is called, let me just pull up the mock-up here. So this piece is from Heaven and Earth Design. It's designed by Amy Stewart, one of my favorite artists when it comes to stitching. I've got many pieces from her. And this piece is called The Winter Reading Nook. And as you can see, this is so whimsical, so warm. And you've got these two beautiful kitties kind of looking out through the window of this snow land. It's just gorgeous. So so I'm going to work on this piece today. So this is, I'm working on even weave, Ada, and 25 counts. So, and full cross as well. So this is kind of my sort of bread and butter for, since I discover sort of heaven and earth type of full coverage. So in the previous streams you've been watching, I've been exploring different kind of projects. But today I'm going to come back to my roots, so to speak, on the 25 counts, full cross. And this is my progress so far. So this is in the hoop, obviously. Let me just bring out, I took a picture before I put it back on the frame. So this is my progress so far. It's so beautiful. It's got this beautiful deer outside the window, and I've almost completed one of the kitties here. And so today I'm going to work on this beautiful cushion. I love the textile, the textures of this piece. It's kind of one of the attractions. If I bring up the markup again, you can see these beautiful blankets underneath, and the grandmom's sort of blankets that is the bottom of the picture, and I'm so looking forward to it. So, and also on top of it, if this project is not epic enough, it's actually in max color. So we're talking about, let me just refer to my document here. I think we're talking about 240 colors. So it's absolutely epic and very challenging. Let me just bring it a little bit closer. And today, also, another new thing I'm going to try is I'm trying out a new tracking app. So I think for most of us, Pattern Keeper is kind of the standard. But also, there's another app called Markup XP. But today, if you've been following this channel in the last couple of streams, you would hear this name, this app called Cross Stitch Saga. Okay, so let me just bring this on. So I've got it on my iPad here, and big thanks to Needlebug. Okay, so she's helped me a lot to gain access. Not so much for the app itself. The app is available on iOS, but the conversion app is on Android. And I think what she's encouraging people to do is to contact the developers of this app if you're interested, because currently you can't buy the upgrade which is required to convert your standard PDF patterns to make it compatible so you can view on this app, but a little bit more later on. So as you can see, I've got my stitch area here, and so I'm very, very new to the app, so I'm kind of learning how to use it as I go. So you can be part of the process as well as I'm exploring the features. But the basic marking and defining area, etc., I manage. I kind of, I'm pretty much there. So what I'm going to do today is to stitch a defined area here. Let me see if I can bring it on. So this is the area I'm going to be focusing on, at least the first part of the stream here. I haven't got much left, so I kind of started. I started a little bit yesterday when I had a few moments. I couldn't wait. So I've been working on this kind of triangle area. So hopefully I'll be able to complete this area at some point during the stream, and I'll move on to the next one. So another thing I'm going to do is to actually track my the number of stitches I'm going to do for this stream. So I'm going to set a timer here so you can see part of the functionality here, and let me know if you have some questions. I'm not an expert of this app whatsoever. I'm just exploring the features as I go along. So I'm going to bring it to the upper right corner there so you can have a little bit of a reference there. And from time to time I'll bring up the markup as well so you can see. So let me just zoom in a little bit. This piece is so beautiful. I discovered it, I think it only came out just over a year ago, if I remember correctly. And as soon as I saw the markup, I fell in love. My God, I probably got 20 other projects happening at the same time, and I just knew that I have to get it. So I'm going to start from the minimum number of stitches. So this is one of the power of this app. You are able to define this area, this triangular shape I've got here, and I'm going to just flow from the minimum number of stitches and go upwards. So that's been what I've been doing in this area. So let's go. I can't wait. Let me just grab my things here properly so we can get it going. And I've got a cup of tea ready here as well, and a cup of not just tea, I've got a cup of coffee as well. I've got I need all the support I can have. So a new set of the floss as well. Sorry about the noise. So I haven't done 25 counts full cross for a little while, and so with this method I'm actually not going to park. I'm going to just stitch kind of color completion kind of style. Let me just adjust it here. So I normally refer it to this as a mini cross country within an area, but you can also it's basically color completion, one color at a time within that area. So this is this triangular area I'm working on. So the next color I'll be working on would be, let me look at this. So I'm going to find the next. So I've got 2 colors to go for this area. It's amazing. Okay, so there we go. Let me zoom in a little bit. It's 471. 471. I've got one threaded already. So maybe at some point I'll show you how I part my thread. I've got a slightly different system for this project, for the 25 full cross projects, the DMC threads. So I'm using DMC floss here. This is so beautiful. So I'm going to start from the top and zoom in a little bit more. It's quite strange to come back to just do a simple cross without parking, because with parking you are kind of tuned into a slightly different process in your head, whereas this I'm focusing on one color at a time, which is quite nice. It's nice to have this sort of untethered experience here. And as you can see, there's some part thread on the side. That's from the previous sessions. You know, with even within a single piece, very often I'm sort of trying to try out different kind of different ways of stitching. Different methods to keep everything nice and fresh. And then I've got this one here. 1, 2, 3. The more stitches you're filling in, the more, I say, slightly more challenging to spot the remaining stitches, because there's so much going on there. Let's see if I can move it over there a little bit more. One, two, three, and 2 over there, and 2, 3. Good. And the challenge for, as you're filling up the stitches in the areas, at least for me, is to minimize having to take threads over stitch area. So that's kind of my thing. It's always, whatever method I stitch, I always make sure that I don't need to take the thread over kind of stitch area. So you end up with floating threads on top. And not that anybody would kind of spend that much time looking at the back of a project, but I know it's all about, you know, let me just see if I can mark these ones first. But I know it's there, so it's kind of the only part of my stitching that I'm slightly OCD. But it creates challenges. That is good. I think it's a good thing to have these different kinds of, you know, just let me make sure I'm stitching the right area. And I'm getting used to the app visually. It took a while for me to get my brain around, because it's got so much functionality. It's so many features that it's different from Pattern Keepers or Markup RXP. It's a new it's a new, well, I would say new way of stitching, but some stuff might not be as intuitive as Pattern Keeper, perhaps. But once you get your head around, it's extremely powerful. So there's some little bit of learning curve, and I'm still in the middle of it, for sure. I'm still in the middle of it. So let me mark these ones. So this piece is full of fabrics, different textures. It's just absolutely beautiful. So when I saw it on Heaven and Earth, and I instantly fell in love. But I waited for a little bit because I think, if I remember correctly, when it first came out, it was regular colors. And I could have gone for that, but I was thinking, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. Not do it properly, regular is perfectly fine, but I just wanted that added challenge of max color. So it was painful, but I had to wait, and and it was worth it. I waited for max color to come out. It didn't take long, actually, maybe less than a few weeks, maybe not even a month. The max color came out. And then I waited for a little bit because I wanted to wait till they have discounts. So, and if you know Heaven and Earth, they have sort of random discount days quite frequently. Sometimes only last for a couple of days. And if you check frequent enough, you can catch those sales days. And it's literally 50%. So instead of close to $20, it was half the price. It was about $10. So it's definitely worth it. Worth the wait. And of course, as soon as I got the pattern, I had to start. I had to start to get the floss together and start stitching. I couldn't wait at all. So when I saw the pattern, I mean, the whole thing is gorgeous, but also the center bit of a pattern is always most exciting. But, we kind of most people want to start from the edges. So you could be spending years just stitching ceilings, right? And I kind of didn't want to do that. I was just so, I really want to, let me just see if I can make these a little bit clearer. So you can fade the background out, the stitch area out or in, just to give you a bit more contrast. So I'm going to do this. So I'm here right now. Just want to make sure I haven't stitched in the wrong area. So recently I've been working on 25 counts, the few projects, sort of 25 counts bar, half stitches. And I've been sort of going one row at a time. So, the way you track your pattern visually is very different if you're doing row by row versus now. It's kind of mini cross country everywhere. So it takes a bit more spotting just to make sure that I'm stitching at the right spot. It's a nice challenge because I like changes. I think these bits are good. There's those kind of quirks of this app that I haven't got my head around. Let's have a look. Let me see if I can bring it up a little bit more. Doesn't fall off the edge. And also stitching one strand, obviously, it feels very differently from two strand. You know, it's just so nice to kind of it's like coming home. Because this year, to be honest, for some reason, I just kind of embarked on a little detour of exploring different kind of projects, and it's just great fun. You know, one of my favorite would be the Granny's craft room there. It's just so beautiful. But it's 14 counts and it's a very different kind of experience. And it's just great to be able to come back here. And let me see, just make sure that I'm in the right spots. And in the previous streams, you know, you've been watching, you probably heard me talking about how I discover 25 count project, and also how I kind of, you know, it wasn't a smooth sailing process. When I starting stitching 25 count, I struggled. I couldn't see anything, to be honest. I didn't know what I was looking at. The stitches are so small. I don't know if everybody goes through the same struggle. It's not so much eyesight. My eyesight are fairly good, but it's just your eyes cannot interpret what you're looking at. Because all my life I've been doing this, you know, cross stitching here and there, and they were kind of sampler type of thing. So it's a totally different kind of situation. It's a totally different stitching experience. So I had to kind of train my eyes to know what I'm looking at, really. It was that bad. So when I started, I kind of nosedived into, stitching 25 counts, jumping from 14 counts, would you believe? It's literally overnight. And I had no idea what I was doing. And yeah, I thought I was going blind. So then I realized your eyes are just like any part of your body. If you wanted to go somewhere that it hasn't gone before, you have to ease in, you know, to let the body, let the eyes learn a new way of of looking at things. So I started to reduce, start to go higher count gradually, instead of just, you know, go straight from, let me just mark these ones. I think these are done. And the last one over here. I may have missed this one. It's okay. I can just stitch over it. No one will know. Oh, I've got a few stitches up there. I'm gonna go back and do those, but two here. So I started from maybe 20 counts and then go up to 22 and eventually move into 25. And that was a lot better move in terms of, you know, getting used to sort of different fabric counts. And it worked great, because then, you know, once your eyes get used to what you're trying to interpret in front of you, it's just a matter of learning kind of different techniques. And I was right in the rabbit hole, good and proper. And I don't think I'm out yet at all. Happily in the rabbit hole. Let me see. Happily. So, I'm trying not to take the thread too far away over the stitch area. So there's some loose stitches slightly far away. I'm going to go back later on and focus on this area. And it's amazing because this way of stitching, so I'm going from the minimum number of stitches and going up. So in the beginning, you'll probably see later on when I move to a new area, a lot of one stitch wonders, I call. You know, so you spend maybe the first 20 minutes just filling these little single stitches, and then, but once you start to pick up multiple stitches, it's incredibly fast. I know I pride myself in slow stitching. I'm not racing anywhere, but it's a joy when you're able to kind of finish a lot of stitches much quicker comparing to other ways of stitching. I absolutely adore parking, and there are tons of my projects that's really work best parking, and I'll continue to do that. But it's so nice to switch to methods like this from time to time and just kind of just charge forward. It's really fun. It feels so differently, sort of holding just one strand. You know, it's such a fresh experience. I haven't done one strand stitching for a little while. So 471, I need a little bit more. 471. So this set I've got is for DMC. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you can see my thread organizer here. So it's very similar to the thread organizer I kind of demonstrated the other day. You can see the video there. 471. But the texture of DMC floss feels very differently to CXC. So again, it's another fresh element when you switch projects, different floss. So I hope you're well wherever you are, in different time zone, whether you're watching live or archive. Welcome. And let me know if you're stitching and when you're stitching. I'm so curious what other people are doing, because I always think I'm doing weird things that no one else is doing, but it's not true. Everybody, it's like when I first building up number of projects, I was thinking, oh, I must be the only weirdo out there who's got like 15, 20 projects ongoing, because it just seems like everybody's focusing on a single project, or at least only a few. And so maybe at some point, you can finish a piece or so. But for me, it's kind of just, it doesn't work like that. Wake up every morning, I look at all these beautiful pieces, and there's only always one that's kind of speaking to me, saying, stitch me, stitch me. And I kind of follow that, instinct, really. I don't try to fight it and go, oh, I'm going to focus on this piece, and I like to make this amount of progress, maybe finish, one page by this date. I just don't have that in me, because I just think, you kind of turn it into a job, and this is not a job for me. And even jobs supposed to be fun, right? I teach yoga amongst a few other things I do professionally, and I enjoy all of them. It's not a job. When I teach yoga, I feel like I'm just giving the student, the world, something that I'm able to offer, and that's that. It's an exchange of energy. It's not a job. I don't think anyone teaches yoga as a job, even though technically it can be. So with max colors, yes, there's literally double numbers of colors compared to regular. Regular is about maybe under 100 most of the time. And max colors, most of the time, I've got another project that's got 260. I think this one's got 240. But we're talking about a lot of colors. So you have to go in mentally prepared. There's going to be a lot of confetti, a lot of color changes. So it's about picking the stitching methods that you enjoy. That's the only way to do it. And it's debatable, it's up for debate whether max color pieces look better than regular. It's up for interpretation. Maybe not always. Depends on how you like it. But we're talking about a lot of shades and colors that you probably don't get with regular pieces. Maybe something you only appreciate if you look closely. And that's kind of part of the fun. The colors are so vibrant in this piece. You can see that really detailed, not just the definition of those different color squares, is that you can see the stitches, the seams that you will have with real, fabric. That's the amount of details that you get to. I think maybe you only have this amount of details with max colors. So that's the reward, I guess. I'm still trying to get my head around not parking because it's such a habitual thing that you know, once you're done with one color, one area, you want to park it somewhere for later use. And with this piece, I'm going to finish the thread each time. Let me just mark it off here. I think I'm way behind. I'm done over here. I hope the app will be available back on Android. There's some sort of all sorts of silly political kerfuffles that's kind of going on there, because the developers of these both apps, Saga, the app I'm using, and also the conversion app called Paradise. I mean, it's probably not fair to call it conversion app because it's a marking app, stitching app in its own right, but maybe just not as powerful as Saga. So the end goal is to get to Saga, but for whatever reason, it's not compatible with the sort of PDFs that we're used to, you know, the Pattern Keeper type of compatible sort of PDFs. So there are some hurdles to jump through for sure. This is not a straightforward process by any shape or form. So, you know, if you are interested in trying out this app, you can still buy Saga on iOS, on Apple devices, but not on Android for now. And the Paradise, which you need for conversion, is only available on Android. Oh, the joy. Why make it easy? We want things hard, don't we? So that's kind of the situation right now. So if you're happy with Pattern Keeper, definitely stay with Pattern Keeper. You know, it's this is something that you should only pursue if you're really, really, really interested, because you'll probably do your head in. And I'm very lucky. I happen to come across Needlebug. Please check out her channel. That she kind of educated us or me in this process. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't, you know, I'll probably just leave it, to be honest. So maybe wait till they're able to make things easier before you pursue it. But otherwise, once you get it set up, so far, I've only have like a day and a half experience using this app. It's very powerful. It's very, very powerful. A lot of features, because my first impression when I saw, because Needlebug did a demo a few days ago on her channel, demonstrate this app, and I think she only started using this app maybe not that long ago either, maybe a couple of weeks, if I remember correctly. But she's totally sold, and I can see why, because when I saw the demo, yes, it was impressive, but I was questioning the ease of use, and also how many of those really advanced, really granular features what I need. That was my impression. But once I got hold of it, even in such short space of time, once you realize that you could do all these things, the possibilities start to come up. You start to have inspirations to try a different way of stitching, because what I'm doing right here is not possible to do with any other app that I'm aware of. Well, I only know two other, which is Pattern Keeper and Markup XP. So Markup XP has the concept of minimum to maximum within a page, which I have done as well. So if you're happy doing this within a page, from going from max number or minimum number of stitches for each color, and work from there, then you're good. You could do it with Markup XP. But with Pattern Keeper, you have the option to be, well, it sorts, it gives you stitch count based on the entire piece though. So you don't have the option to view it on the within the page. The concept of pages is not very strong with Pattern Keeper. It kind of treats the entire project, it doesn't matter how big it is, as one. So the counts that you get, the stitch counts that you get, is based on the entire project, and which is kind of it's what can I say? That's the freedom, I suppose, because prior to something like Pattern Keeper, we look at patterns, one page at a time, because that's only that much that you can fit in on an A4 sheet, for instance, or PDF. But our concept is arbitrary to a certain extent. Yes, you can, create division to make the stitches more manageable. For instance, you can treat one block as a thing, so you focus on that area. Let me just grab another thread here. 471. I've got a few more to go. 471. It's a lovely green here. And but at the same time, you don't really have the option to have that sort of slightly more framed area. So you can either look at the project as a whole in its entirety. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of stitches, or you have that kind of definition of a page if you want to, but not all the calculation is based on the entire project rather than any single area. So that's Pattern Keeper. And that but if you look at Markup RXP, it's getting more popular in the sense it's got its downsides, and it's not a perfect app by any stretch of imagination, but it does give you that ability to work within the page. Just focus on the page, and you could kind of slice and dice the numbers within a page. So if you find that helpful in terms of helping you to navigate through a large project, that's a really nice option there as well. And it's got other strong points as well, like importing, paper charge, which is primarily what I use it for. But the bread and butter part of it, the stitching and, just spotting stitches and counting stitches, marking them, I think Pattern Keeper is probably top of the game, I think, because of the simplicity. So it's kind of staying simple by restricting certain options. That's the choices you make as an app designer. Do you want to complicate it so much? The interface, it looks so complex, it's intimidating, clunky. Or maybe you can't do everything under the sun, but whatever you can do really well. And I think that's more app way of approach, to be honest. So in a way, Pattern Keeper is staying true as an app. Whereas Markup XP is kind of veering into, I can do a lot more, but maybe sacrifices some of the usability there. I think there's a lot they can do in terms of improving the sort of ground level user experience, for sure. Making the chart a bit more clear and crisp, maybe dynamically generated, rather than, well, I don't know what they do in the back end, but it feels like they're treating the chart as an image because it goes blurry and sluggish as you zoom in and out, which it shouldn't happen. Like PDF, if you zoom in, everything's still nice and crisp because it's being drawn dynamically in this sort of vector fashion. And that's the way it should be, to be honest, because you're importing from PDF. Why do things go blurry, right? So this is something that, as an app developer, Markup IXP really need to look into, because it's quite fundamental. We're not talking about anything that's fancy. This is what the app is for, is to find stitches and mark stitches. Simple. Basaga, this app I'm using, is I don't want to say different league, because it kind of automatically imply it's superior. Whether it's superior or not is up for the users to interpret it, to decide. But what I can say, it's going beyond what you think a stitch ad can or should do, and that's what makes it interesting. And whether you like it or not is a totally different story, because for some people, you might go, well, I'm just happy looking at the chart, be able to highlight the chart, mark it, I'm done. And I get it. I totally get it. And, in that sense, you're not missing much, to be honest. You should, stay where you are, using maybe something like Pattern Keepers is doing it very, very well. But if you're like me, I'm slightly nerdy. I like to try things. And there's different ways of stitching, then, I think this app is, for me, is very luring. I'm still debating in my mind whether I would use it for parking type of projects. I haven't made up my mind, because the parking is fine. It allows you to create a symbol there, no problem there. But it does require for you to press and hold for not very long time, but instead of tapping, double tap, like Pattern Keeper for me is probably the easiest way of doing it. It's snappy, you don't have to, there's no extra effort there. double tap. Whereas this, you have to hold a quarter of a second for that mark to appear. I can quickly show you here, actually. I might as well do a little demonstration here. Let me see if I can bring up the full view. So here, if I want to park, I activate, look at the toolbar at the bottom. There's a parking thing. I just highlight it. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth icon from the right at the bottom toolbar there. I can, I'm not parking at the moment, so I disable it. You can highlight it, and now you can park. So let me see if this works. I'm going to just go to one of the unstitched area. I'm going to park it. So you see there's a little transition animation there, and it creates a diamond shape. But it requires me holding on top of the stitch for a short while, but the holding action still needs to be there. So for me, it's a personal preference thing. At this point, I don't know if I will use it for my part project yet. I'll see how it goes. I like to try, see if it flows, because for me, you know, it's about not needing to think about it as I do it. If I have to kind of pay attention to keep my finger on top of a stitch, even just for a quarter of a second, it just seems like a chore. I might change my mind, I often do, but at this point at least. And wouldn't it be wonderful if they give you that option to change shortcuts, you know? So I think I've completed these bottom ones here within this page. Let me see. Yes, I think I can mark. Oh, I think I've done all these. Oh, actually, I can just mark it all. Can I? Am I done? But no, I'm not done yet. So I'm going to leave them here. It's okay. So what it does is you can mark the stitches individually, like you do in Pattern Keeper, like I'm doing now, swiping through, or you can do an overall commitment of all the stitches. But it means all the highlighted, these ones on top I haven't done, will be marked as well. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go back and just find these loose stitches and stitch them. It's just super easy. Let me find the stitches here on top. It's like completely hidden, surrounded by all the stitch area, so sometimes it's really hard to find. Let me see if I can look into it a little bit more. Maybe I've stitched over these stitches by accident, or maybe I've already done that. I'm not sure. Let me have a look. So these two are here. I can't find those ones. Maybe I stitched those by accident, so I'm going to mark it here. I think that one's done. No one will notice. And then I've got this one here. And then the great thing of sort of switching projects, fabric counts, etc. You change your, well, at least I do. I change my starting and finishing method as well. Oh, this needle is bent, I think. So with 25 counts, I tend to just do a kind of just stitch over to anchor it. I don't do anything too special. I don't try to do a loop, because you can't do a loop. You can do single strand loop, but I don't think it's necessary. With 25 counts, you know, you just stitch over it and it's there. I rarely have stitches kind of coming loose. It happens, but not that frequently. So it's not really worth kind of doing anything too special over it. So these ones are done. I'm going over here. I think I've done these ones as well. Okay, I think I'm good. And I'm gonna just tuck my stitch over here, tuck it under a stitch area, and that doesn't go anywhere. And now I'm going to do, let me just show you this quickly. I kind of don't want to turn into a Saga app demo, but I think while we're here. So, so you can see these unmarked stitches that's got white background, and I can just go in individually and swipe them to mark them, or I can just go to the bottom top left. You know, there's a toolbar, vertical toolbar. There's a paint bucket there. I'm going to just press the paint bucket. Whoops. And then everything's marked. And what happened there was I've got my automatic navigation activated. So what happens is it just cycles through the threads, a different it basically jump to the next color. And because I stitch from the minimum number of colors, the colors got minimum stitches going up. So you can see now I'm left with one single color. That's the remaining unstitched area, and it just jumped to it by itself. You don't have to look for it. So this is one of the things that I never thought I needed, but once it's there, I want it. So it's one of those things. So final color for this area. I'm so excited because I'm going to just go in and fill in the remaining area. So it's 164. 164. Maybe I can make this a little bit bigger here. So if I want to use this as a reference, I'm always intrigued when people have their tracking app on at the same time, because you can see how their brain works, you know, where they take their thread, etc. 164. Yes, I've got one threaded already. And this one is going to be so easy because I'll just go in and fill in all the unstitched area. Easy peasy. Over here. So in size of the needle I'm using is 28. So for one strand, 25 counts and then above, I use 28. And I've got a mixture of John James needles and some DMC ones. These are my two of my favorites. I think John James might be my top choice. I'm just going to move a thread around the unstitched area. Such freedom! Such freedom! And it's very easy to miss stitches if you don't look carefully, particularly if you're stitching something that's pale color. This one is not too bad. But a lot of times if you stitch like light gray or beige, you know, you can mistake unstitched area, the color of the fabric, and thinking there's been stitched for my eyes anyway. And sometimes if I see kind of areas I'm not sure it's properly stitched, sometimes I just take the thread and just stitch over it, to be honest. Can't really tell anyway, like that one. I've just stitched. I'm not sure what's happening there. I think sometimes if I do pin stitches, and if I'm not careful, you know, with the way I do it, I'm pretty clumsy when it comes to pin stitches, particularly in such a high fabric count. Sometimes they just come out. You can still see the color of the thread, even if you stitch over it. That could happen. Move a little bit closer. I feel like I'm flying. Right, just take it over here. A little bit of a floating thread going on there, but it's just the nature of this way, this method. Maybe time that maybe a little bit of floating thread, but no more than 3 stitches. That's my comfort zone. Beyond that, I'll probably finish, end the thread, and start again. Such a beautiful cushion. See that one? This is so great. I don't even need to refer to the pattern because I'm just stitching over any unstitched areas. Okay, last one, I'm going to end the thread. So you can see with max colors, you can really see the subtlety of the shades. I mean, not necessarily critical for a beautiful piece, but it's just, you know, this kind of gradients and texture you probably don't get with regular. So 164, let me find it. 164, one more here. So I go through a lot of needles because I kind of dot them everywhere on my tray organizers and also my parking board. That's the only way I can describe it. A sip of my drinks. And I'll show you two at one point because it's a little bit clunky to do it with my setup right now. But I want to show you, it might be, I don't know whether anyone else do it this way. I kind of just hack my way through when it comes to stuff like this. If it works, I don't care what it looks like or what I use, as long as it works. Let's stitch that one. So we've got a few projects. The 25 counts, I actually use the gridded fabrics. So, and it's quite helpful when I started off stitching 25 because it just gives you more structure, more guidance, visual reference. And with this, with the plain ones, the ungridded ones, I tend to just use pencils to draw lines because I do have fabric markers as well, fabric pens. They tend to be too thick for 25 counts because the ink kind of bleeds a little bit, even though I do like them for 14 counts, for instance, because you literally just add some water, the line disappears. But whereas pencil, you can't really remove it. You can cover it, but it's just too thick. At least my fabric pens, a bit too thick, and it bleeds around the edges. So just have a look here. Oh dear, it's not supposed to go in there. Oh, that one's yeah, there's some paler color stitches. Sometimes kind of hard to tell whether it's been stitched. And as now I don't need my app view. Let me just display the mock-up. It's just so gorgeous. Hello, Dolly. That's my cat saying hello again. She's most interested in my attention when I'm stitching for some reason. Because sometimes, you know what cats are like. You go, come here, Dolly, give me a hug. They kind of look at you and go, I don't think so. But for some reason, if I'm stitching, she always tries to snuggle up, trying to get my attention. So with these, with the 25 counts rather, I find I kind of naturally want to go mini cross country because I started off stitching these pieces with parking methods as well, and it's fine. You can go block by block or kind of just flow. You can combine mini cross country and parking, can't you? You can just take your stitches to a point that you're comfortable. You can wander off, but then you can park it somewhere nearby for the next time. You know, when you're ready to go further. And I did that kind of diagonally, so it still has some direction, some structure to it. But for some reason, I find projects like this, I kind of just want to take the thread to wherever and finish it. So with parking, you need a bit more strategy because you need to know when or where you're parking your thread, so you don't end up with duplicate of same color everywhere. But if you just take your stitches to wherever, as you can see, let me just zoom out a little bit. It was essentially how I was doing it. It's not even diagonal. I'm just going from the center and then ease out wherever, you know, to different directions. So that's what I mean about kind of just short distance cross country and just go everywhere. It's kind of fun to do that, but I think my issue with that is maybe the lack of structure, which is ironic because the joy, the fun of it is the freedom. You can just go anywhere, but after a while you kind of lose your direction. You kind of go, well, where do I go from here? And that's why I find sort of this type of stitching is so interesting, because at the same time, you don't want to be restricted, but also you want rules as well. And I think because it's so vast, you know, these pieces are so big, you can't just go wild because you're gonna get very lost. I remember seeing this video of this lady back in the very, very beginning of before I nosedive into this rabbit hole. I was just looking around, trying to figure out what full coverage was about. And I came across this video of this lady who's got, I can't recall what project, what pattern it was, but it was huge because she had a large piece of blanket size, you know, sort of even weave. Maybe it was 25 counts, I can't remember. And then what she did was she started off, she just picked one color of the project. So I imagine the project would be as big as the fabric, somewhere there, blanket size. And she picked one color. I remember it was black, because she said, well, I don't have all the floss and all the colors I need for this project, and to get the whole thing kitted, it's kind of expensive. So she has some dark color, maybe black floss, and she literally just pull out. She just starts stitching all the black stitches of the entire project. I think that was her intention, to just do color complete before the entire project. And my mind was blown, because I thought, well, how do you even know where those stitches are supposed to be? Because I don't remember. I don't think the fabric was gridded. And even if it was, man, you know, I get stitches wrong just 2 blocks away. If you want to do that for an entire project, I don't know. Good luck, you know, because you need it. But it's just how interesting how, you know, different approaches people take. And she stitched with joy, definitely. She didn't even put her, if I remember correctly, she didn't even use a frame. She just held the fabric in her hands and started doing black stitches. That is, yeah, that is amazing. That takes guts. I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest. And those in the beginning, where I organized my floss, because I didn't know I was going to end up with so many projects. I should have known. And so I had individual organizers for each project. So even with projects with DMC floss, I'll just have one, for instance, that I have one for this particular project, winter, the winter reading Nook. And then I have another one maybe for, I don't know, another project using the same DMC thread, but I'll have a different set. And I noticed that's problematic very soon because as I build up the number of ongoing projects that I do, it just got out of control. And also you kind of use up more floss than necessary because you have to allocate a certain amount of the same color for different projects. And it just got very complicated each time I switch projects, which is frequent. Then I have to remember to switch the organizer as well. And there were occasions that I forgot to do that and end up stitching the wrong color. Because at that time I was following symbols rather than colors, numbers. You know, just coming from sort of sampler type of stitches that I've been doing since I was quite young. And I always followed symbols. It makes sense. You know, thread colors didn't make much sense to me. But then I realized that system was not going to work. So I decided to consolidate all the same type of threads, like DMC, I have one set, CXC, I have one set, and I've got another set for Gecko Rouge. I only have one project from Gecko Rouge. So, and so now I have 4 different sets. I think there's one extra set. Oh yes, for my 14 count. My 14 count projects, they're all coming from the same company. I've got about 4, maybe 4 stitching kits from them. So they all use the same type of threads. So I just group them together. And that's it. 4 different sets. So anything that's stitched with DMC threads, I only have one organizer. So that's a lot more manageable. You learn. You learn from the experience. My God, I nearly completed this area. It's pretty crazy. This is kind of the speed you can only dream of if you do parking, diagonal, Gemma's method, and Gemma stitches. But they all have different, they all fun in different ways. I don't mind if I only manage a few stitches within a session, as long as it's enjoyable. It has to be enjoyable. But it's also quite nice to be able to pack in a lot of the stitches as well. As I'm completing this area, my brain is already going, which area shall I go next? And I'm kind of going random directions. Top, bottom, left, right. And I forgot to mention, of course, you probably figured out already, I'm starting from the center of the pattern where the cats are. I just couldn't wait. You know, had I started from the bottom left, it's not too bad with this piece. It's got, you know, some stuff going on there on the bottom, top left, rather. But a lot of other pieces, it's either sky or trees or ceilings. You could be spending years just stitching ceiling for a piece. Yeah, it's challenging. So sometimes there maybe about 3 to 4, maybe 3 pieces. I actually start from the center. And once you know, have a lot of interesting going on within the design, when you get to stitch areas that may be more monotones, you know, like walls and trees, whatever, you're a bit more patient because you already completed a fair amount of the projects. That's what I think anyway. Rather than, you know, doing this, I wouldn't say bland, but, you know, kind of similar colors for years. But what you really want to get to is the center part of it, where everything is going on. The power of this app is the ability for you to define pretty much any shape and size of the area you want. So this is kind of a new option that I didn't have before. That was pretty much the first thing I kind of noticed when I heard about this project, this app. I kind of found it. Oh, I stitched over 2 stitches. When I first found out about this app through stitching masterpieces, oh, what a lovely lady. I love her stitching style. And I found out through her because she's Russian, I think, I'm not mistaken. And I go, wow, that's what an interesting looking app. Where is it coming this way? I think it's this direction. But the app just seems so complicated. I wasn't sure whether it was for me, but I did notice that she was able to do the user-defined area and just work within that area. That was really fascinating for me. And also you're able to do all the stitch calculation within that user-defined area. And that's pretty powerful to do. And I'll show you what I mean in a bit when I finish. Oh, these stitches are a little bit messy here. The last one. Yay. How amazing. Going to actually do a normal cross here and just tuck my thread in at the bottom. What a delicate design this is. Look at the color, the changes there. Just so beautiful. So can you imagine this was done? This is finished right before your eyes and my eyes. So let me do this. Let me just show you. Let me switch back to my app. So these are the stitches I just finished, all the ones within this area in red borders there. Did I miss one stitch over the right? No, I think I'm fine. Oops. And I'm going to just do a high top level commitment of these stitches. I'm going to tap on the the paint bucket at the upper left here on toolbar, and everything will be marked. Done. Beautiful. So I can release this area from here. I'm going to tap on the icon here. So I finished this corner here. Absolutely beautiful. So I think I'm going to move toward the right side of this cushion and keep working on this darker green area here. So I'm going to draw a defined area. And also, I just want to show you what happens here. So this was the area I just completed, right? So within here, there's a set of calculation within, stitch count, stats, whatever, that you can see. So I'm going to tap the icon at the bottom, just next to the bell, on the left of the bell here. I'm going to tap. So look to the left side. There's a within the area, which is user defined there, and it tells you how many stitches is involved. So obviously I was in the middle of this area, so I didn't stitch over 1,000 last, I don't know, an hour or so. But look to the right here. This is my sort of my session. So far, even just within, I don't know how much time there. Not, oh, hang on. This is not, yeah, just slightly over an hour. Or actually over an hour. What am I talking about? 94. So that an hour and a half. I've completed 223, which is not too shabby at all. Not too shabby. Considering last session, I was doing the parking method for a 14 count project. 3 hours, I did maybe around 300. That's it. So, which is not bad at all in my book. It's not unusual that I only finish like 150 stitches in 2 hours or something. That happens a lot. So now I'm going to move this block over. I'm going to redefine it for my next section. So I'm going to keep this diagonal corner here because it kind of flows with it. And so some part of it is already, let me see if I can, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to move this box here. So something like this should do. And can you see how flexible this is? So this is kind of the main attraction for me. Should I go for 3 blocks top to bottom? Is it too ambitious? But is it too ambitious, I ask? Yes, let's do it then. Or should I go maybe 1 block up? I haven't made up my mind. Let me see how many stitches are involved. So within here is 894 if you look to the left panel there. It is ambitious, but I don't need to complete it, do I? Or do I? Or alternatively, I could do this. Does it make me a chicken? I don't know. Let me see. That's a fair number of stitches there. Let me check again. 596, that's 94. That's quite respectable. That could be, I could aim for that. I don't think I'll necessarily finish it, but hey, you never know. It's got quite a lot of repeated stitches there, so maybe, just maybe. Yes, so this will be my next area, just to show you the totality of where I am right now. So let's look at the technology there. So this is the area that I've completed so far, and this is where I'll be stitching. So part of it is already there, but it's about 600 remaining roughly. So this will be my next area. And I'm going to go from minimum to maximum amount of stitches. So let's see. The other way. So brace yourself. There will be quite a lot of one stitch wonders. Not too bad, but once I've get through that, things start to go much faster. So let me. It's such an interesting way of stitching, though. What a luxury to be able to do this. Because if you do sort of if manually looking at your thread list and try to figure it out, you'll probably get it wrong at some point very easily. And then you just end up with a lot of loose stitches. You have to go back and catch up, which I don't enjoy. And I've got some part threads from previous sessions. I was doing parking. Right. So I'm going to work with the part thread and remove them as I go. Oh, I need a drink. Need my tea here. First one. 3815. 3815. I've got one threaded already. Very nice. Just double checking I haven't parked in the wrong area. Because the colors are so similar, particularly working in areas like this. It's just shades of different greens. Hang on, is that correct? Let me do a couple of things. So I'm going to release my blocks here. So you can see right now I've got some areas that doesn't match the pattern because I literally just imported the pattern over just yesterday. So there's some stitched areas that doesn't match what I've got here. So I'm going to go quickly and mark those. So you can see these ones are already done within here. So 3 rows. So hopefully we'll match 2 over here and 1 over there. I think that's correct. And these ones are also done, but these ones are not done yet. That's not too bad. Let me see. Okay, so these ones haven't been done yet. That's why I was confused. 1. So these ones are not done yet. Only 1 stitch here. Much better. Now it makes sense. There's another one over here. That's done. I think now it's matching. And these ones are also done. Good. And the rest, I think... Oh no, these ones are not done. So let me go and unmark them. It's like some sort of iPad game, isn't it? Okay, so all the way up here, not done yet. That one, okay. I think that one's done. Done. One, two, three. These 2. And these 2 and that one. It's like trying to play those spot the difference games. Okay, I think we're good. Now I can lock it. One more time. Now I need to take it up a little bit. I can see what's happening here. These are unstitched as well. Move it down a little bit. This is so crazy I'm able to do this. Okay, so that's looking good. That's matching now. I'm going to lock it. Beautiful. So I'm going to just do this stitch. Run through the cycle again. So now I know where I am now. So this one I'm going to just quickly do. 9AA. Let me just put it up a little bit more. So it's actually down here. One, two, three. And I'm glad I reduced the area, because you can see even just within a small area, you could easily stitch in the wrong area. I do anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And once you get even just one stitch incorrectly, because you use that as a reference, then you can easily stitch the rest of the stitches incorrectly. Oh, scary. Let me just do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. I think if it's gridded already, it's probably easier, but so literally just one stitch. So I'm going to just end the thread here with a pin stitch, which I don't like doing, but there's nowhere else I can tuck my stitch in. So I'm going to just do a quick pin needle. It's not pin needle, the quick pin stitches. I'm terrible at it in small accounts. And it's gonna look a little bit messy, but I'll do my best. No, in fact, you know what? How about this? I bring the needle up here, I just tuck it within itself. That's better. I'm gonna stitch over the area anyway, so it will be nice and secure. 9AA. Pocket back. And commit. Next one. See, it just jumps to the next next color. Amazing. 3, 8, 1, 5. Three, 8, 1, 5. Another beautiful green. You know what? I can bring this one over. Maybe place it over here as well. So, oops. What am I doing? No, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring you the mock-up so you can have the reference as well. This is it. Let's see if it works. Yes. So maybe I can bring it down here so you can look at this beautiful mock-up as well. Really pretty. Let's see how it goes. And another stitch here. One, two, the bottom. And just tuck it. And then one of the stitches there. Three, 8, 1, 5. Nine, A9. Let me move this up a little bit. Nine, eight. Nine, A9 over here. One, two, three, four. Okay, the first stitch is already there. Oh, I do have this one already, have I? Okay, I know what the problem is. I am going to mark these ones because they're done. This one's actually done already. Forgot to mark it, and that one. Okay. Here we go. And that's why. 562. And that one. 9A9. Still learning the app as I go. Learning the app live on YouTube. Oh, see, I'm not there by accident. Here we go. So I'll be lying if I said this is super intuitive, just like Pattern Keeper. No, it's not. But once you get over the learning curve, which I will will be at some point, but even just over a day using it, I think I've already picked up most things. 471, 471 here. 471. I think the initial learning curve is a lot more steep than most apps. I would say that. But once you get over the first bit and kind of come to terms, kind of get used to what the app is trying to do for you, then things are a lot easier. But maybe some of you go, well, I just don't want things so complicated. And that's totally valid. It's an option. And I have all apps. I've got Pattern Keeper, which I use for some projects, and for my print pattern that I converted to digital, I use Markup RXP. And I'm trying out these projects with Cross Stitch Saga as well. So why not? So where am I? I'm here. Toward the bottom. And you can see the setting up when you stitch from smallest, the least number of stitches, least number of stitch involved colors to move up. You can see how much it slows down the project in the beginning. And then it gets really fast. Whoops, what am I doing here? Because single stitches are probably the slowest ones to do. And also when you do it in the beginning, even within a small area like this, the reference points are, there are not that many things you can reference to other than the grid itself. So what am I, oh dear. So the chances of stitching in the incorrect location is much greater. That's just the way it is. So it's about being a little bit more mindful. And be okay with it if you mess it up for whatever reason. But as you build up the stitches, you will suddenly find that it kind of flows. It starts to flow. Let me just tuck it within the stitch itself. I like to finish the thread away from the end stitch, because then if it becomes loose, at least part of the strand, the thread will be stitched down by other stitches. But I think this will be fine. Let's see. 471. 471. Let me park it back. Next one, 992. 992. One stitch. Yay. I'm going to tuck it under this stitch. I know too. Three, 8, 5, 1. Got one threaded. And also, other than cycling through the number of, following the sorting number of your choice, it also, there's a jump over function, meaning that once you finish one stitch, so it actually moves your view of the app to the area where the stitches are. And it's particularly useful if you're stitching single stitches in a slightly larger area, because sometimes you have to look around and try to find it. Where's that one stitch? The app actually moves your view and focus on the area where the stitch is. I mean, this is the kind of feature that I never thought about. I didn't even know I needed it. But someone thought about it, clearly someone who stitches, and then offer it to you. That, for me, is pretty amazing. That's the kind of award-winning stuff. I'll give him a stitching app Oscar. I think that's what, or at least nominated as a winner. 3A51, 3A51. It's the amount of thoughts that clearly, see, it's jumped to the section of the next one stitch wonder, because otherwise I have to kind of zoom in and out to find it. It's already done it for me. How nice, how thoughtful. I like that. 552, 552. And if any of the developers happen to come across this video, thank you. 552. Okay, new thread. Because for user, the best moments when you're using an app is when it does something for you that you're not asking for. It's almost like a surprise, and not sort of fancy features as such, but something that kind of shows they care about it. They care about your experience. They're not just doing the minimum. Nothing wrong with that. If you do the minimum really well, that's nice. But if they do something that clearly will enhance your experience, but you never asked for, you didn't even know. Oop, this one is a little bit stubborn. But if it's doing something that they're just making your life that much better without you asking, that's special, I think. And that's the difference between a good product and a great product. That's the distinction, I think. Okay, so I'm going over here. have to navigate through the past threads. Oh, you know what? That one has been done already. I think there's one down, two over there. Yeah, didn't see that. So it's 552. And then it's done. Next. So it's between here, 3A19. 3A19. And that's the max. Three A19. Nine, two, one. One, two, three, four. Hmm. Two, three, four. Why does it not match? One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Plus one. Okay. It's fine. You tuck this one under here. There's different colors. Try to tuck it under similar colors, but sometimes when you have no choice, you do your best and tuck it under green. Nine to one. Done. 3A36. 3A36, yes. Fills me with joy when there's a thread and needle there waiting for me. Let's see, where are we? Oh, I've got it. I've got a part here already, I think. Let me have a look. Yes, previously part. That's correct. Let me see. 2. Okay. Oh, it's done already. Okay, fine. 3A, 3, 6. It's always tricky when you just converted a pattern to a new system. There'll be things that's not matching just yet. It's 7, 3, 3. Seven, 3, 3. Done. See, where should I tuck it? Decisions, decisions. It's a little bit stubborn. Three, 7, 3, 3. Where is it? Oh, at the bottom. Didn't see it. It's A90. A90. Dark green. Want these ones to be a little bit small, actually. In a little bit. This over here. I've got a lot of projects that I've got sort of this transitional moments from parking to non-parking, or non-parking to parking. And sometimes you see this 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. RC already looking in the wrong spot. Just see how easy it is to stitch in the totally wrong area, at least for me. And that's why sometimes it's actually easier to do more sort of more structured way of stitching. See, I can only, oh dear, that was one stitch. That's not that pretty. It's got a green sticking out, but I'm gonna just leave it like that. It's fine. A90. A90. And particularly with areas, a lot of kind of confetti. Cross country is pretty dangerous. You know, you could end up with stitches just all over the place. A3, 4. A3, 4. Going to stitch this one actually. It'll be fine. Oh, okay. Need to correct it a little bit. A3, 4. And I'm going to correct something on here. Or actually, I can leave it on. Just need to add a few stitches. Yeah. I think these are done. That one as well. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one as well. That one's done. Color doesn't match. I'm gonna restitch those. Cool. Let's see. Right. 666. I always remember the color of 666 because it's bright red. Bright red. I'm terrible with numbers. Normally I don't remember anything. I can barely remember my own phone number. But certain numbers kind of stuck with me. I'm going to tuck it under here. Six, 6. 815. Really beautiful red. Three from the bottom. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to tuck it, take it slightly further up here. A little bit naughty because the colors are so different, but hoping for the best. A15. Seven A1. So these loose stitches, the one stitch wonders, are normally my pain point because it's kind of hard to find them when you have most of the areas being stitched. Let me just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 to the left. Sometimes really hard to find, even on 14 counts. I've done 2, 3, I've done kind of cross country within a page, and the final bit when you have to go back and find all the one loose stitches, you know, maybe one stitches or multiple stitches, but they're in a different location of the area. That's pretty painful sometimes. I did that recently for one of the projects. Didn't quite enjoy that, to be honest, because it's like, you know, the page is almost finished, but you just have to find those loose ones. So it's better to do it before rather than later, you know, so things get faster, I think. 7A1. Beautiful. So I've got two projects from Heaven and Earth. That's Max Color. The other one is a cake shop, which I love to go back and work on. A lot of colors. 37A7. And that piece I started from corner, so I'm still stitching mostly the ceiling. that's just the way it flows when you do areas in order. The thing I haven't tried in terms of stitching directions would be top to bottom. I might have done that for a small area, but it's not something that I would automatically do because it doesn't feel intuitive. And also from right to left, that's a weird one. But when you're stitching like this piece, for instance, eventually I have to stitch in different directions, and it's already happened, but in a small amount. So I can stitch wander to all the left for a few stitches, and then I can go back to a different area of the piece. So I'm not kind of stuck with it for a long time. 3, 7, 8, 7, 3, 7. 3787. But I've seen people stitching really fast from bottom to top, which is kind of interesting, and parking as well. So you're parking upwards. It's just interesting how what people choose, the direction they choose to complete their pieces. Yep, this one's done. Let me see how many one stitches I got. Ha, okay. Few more there. But let me see. 3844. 3844. Really, really lovely electric blue. So pretty. Such a pretty color. So make sure that I'm in a right block. Tease it down. And this one, I'm going to just anchor on the square stitches. I should blend in, even if anything's sticking out. Three 844. So peaceful. Very tempted to stitch those part ones, but I don't want to do it out of order, because these threads are kind of there. Let's see. 3772. 3772. The great thing is when you part needles, eventually build up a lot of threaded needles. They're ready there for you. And it's really handy when you're doing this one stitches, because you don't have to like find the thread the needles, all that business. I don't mind threading needles, but it's just it's nice to have something that's ready there for you. Oop, snagged. Let's try again. I think if you park, or well, even just doing this type of projects, doesn't matter. That one's come loose a little bit. Is it? No. No, we're good. You just caught a tail that's dangling at the bottom there. Sometimes gets snagged. Beautiful brown there. This one, I can tuck it here. The color is kind of similar enough. I don't have to worry too much about it. I think when you do 25 counts, the stitches are so small, pin stitches just don't, kind of tricky to do. 3772, 772. Another one bites the dust. 3A62. 3A62. So this area is primarily green, but it's got a few other colors. I think it's got some sort of pattern on top of it. It's one of the surprises you do. Oh, actually, I've got, let me see, where am I? It's over here. So I am going to stitch down. Oh, actually, hang on. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's already done. I missed this one. It's already been done in my previous session. 3A63. I can't believe I haven't worked on this one since last year. I kind of just lost, sometimes when you love a piece so much and then, but you kind of lose the motivation for a piece. I think that happens. So it's all about keeping it fresh. Over here, got that one. No, that one is not done. That's the part thread. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's okay. I've got this one. 9, 3A. Because I'm kind of juggling with what I did last time versus this time. Let me just stitch this one actually, because it's already done. And then I can remove the thread. Let me move over here. And tuck. And now I can move on to this one. 938, 938. Move up there. Right. One, 5, 4. Nice dark color. 1, 5, 4. It's really, really dark purple. It looks almost brown. and it's over here on the right there. Kind of totally random. Hang on. Wrong block. I remember I went through a phase of totally obsessed of trying to find different ways of not parking, the starting end thread. I think for a lot of stitches, it's kind of the never-ending kind of thing to find out which parking method's the best. I think I explored every single method that I have come across. And the conclusion is there isn't one answer in terms of the best or the worst. It depends on the project, I think. Let me see. Next one, 300. Let's see. Where is it? Here. 300. Depends on the fabric count, stitching methods. You know, you just have to find the best version for that particular method. I don't think there's one method works for all. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I'm stitching with 2 strands, for instance, definitely loop would be I think that's everybody's favorite, I think. And 4. But single strand, you could potentially do a loop, but I'm not the biggest fan of that. Because you do leave a tail, which you have to snip off. At least the way I do it. Because without the tail, you could just pull the thread too hard, and then you end up having to redo again. So it's kind of a lot of work for a starting thread. Let me see. 300. Put it back. I think I'm close to the end of 1 stitches. Let me see. Little sneaky peek. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more. Then I'm moving upwards. But in terms of end thread, ending stitches, I'll say one of my favorites, tucking the stitches under other stitches. Why do I have, oh, hang on. Have I moved? That's why. I moved the square. Hang on, let me move it back because it's gonna create problems. I forgot to lock it, so it moved. Huh. Oh, 2. Hang on. See? I knew something was up. Right. So that's not a correct number. The next one, 3A60. I'm glad I spotted that. Okay. So 1 stitch away here. Oh, it's already there. Hang on, I do have a thread there. Let me just check. Yes, it's correct. 3A60. So in theory, my favorite starting would be loop if I'm doing 2 strands. If it's a single strand, it would be what I'm doing, not right now, but I'll show in a bit. It's kind of the easiest, reasonably secure. I don't really have stitches kind of popping loose that frequently. It happens sometimes. But let me see, 1 stitch over there. Let me just tuck it. But end thread, definitely tucking thread under stitch area is my favorite method because it's nice and clean and it's quite easy to do. You don't, pin stitches, you have to do a couple of stitches and also leaves a little pimple, which I don't like. But this, you just tuck it under a stitch area. And sometimes, at least with my clumsiness, the stitch will sometimes show. So it helps if you tuck it under similar colors. But when it's not possible, it's not the end of the world. And even if you leave a little bit of colors, to be honest, 25 counts with this kind of full coverage projects, you can't tell. So it just makes life easier. And it's nice and clean. 400, let's pop it back. Where is this? Let me just move up to the last one. Hang on. Just need to know what number this is. 3A60. Okay. Three A60. Oh, hang on. 3A60. It's the last single stitches. Yay! Now we're talking 400. 400. Why do I feel like I've already done this one? This one on top. So this is the method I was talking about. It's really simple. You're literally just stitching over the thread. And in the beginning, I had to practice this because I ideally don't, originally when I started, I leave a long tail there just to make sure it doesn't slip through. But then with some practice, I can manage to do this and tease this tail under. So I don't have to snip it. It's just a little bit easier. There's nothing wrong if you leave a tail on top and then snip it off. It doesn't hurt, but now I'm gonna just tuck it under the stitch, make it disappear. So with 25 counts full cross is what I tend to do. It's the quickest way for me. But with half stitches, the tucking doesn't work as well because it tends to show through. There's no one method that works for everything, I find. Lovely. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the final single stitch. Yes. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're moving up. Numbers 4, 6, 9. 4, 6, 9. Okay. 4, 6, 9. It's a big book. 4, 6, 9. Here we go. This is green here. The great thing about DMC floss is because it's so silky, it doesn't get snagged that easily. Whereas with CXC, for instance, I like the texture as well. It's very kind of soft and velvety, fluffy, kind of. But does have a tendency to get snagged as you pull a thread out sometimes. So it's kind of just getting to know the texture and learn to work with it. But I like the coverage of CXC. It's very full. And it's great for half stitches, you know. So I use CXC for most of my half stitches projects, 10-stitch projects. And also in the UK, CXC is much cheaper. Much cheaper than DMC. DMC over here is like gold. I don't know about other countries. I've seen American floss tubers. They've got like bags and bags and crates of CXC. Over here, you probably need to. It's worth a small mortgage, you know, if you get that amount of DMC. DMC over here, I think a single scan, it's about, you can do a bit of conversion of your currency there. On average, a scan of DMC, if you're buying individually, it's about £1 to £1.50. Depends on the colors. I don't know how it's determined. Could be just depend on the vendors. So imagine if you're trying to kit up a 240 color project. Just do the math. Do you need to sell your cats just so you can have floss? Probably. And if you have children, consider selling them as well, or rent them out. Yes, rent out your children, so you can do your 240 color projects. And imagine if you have multiple projects, like I am, like I do. Let me just pop this one back. 4, 6, 9. 4, 6, 9. I've got a parking needle area there. I'll show you at some point. Yeah, you literally have to have some sort of, you need to have some budget for that. So even though, a scan can last a long time, if you do projects like this, max color, you only need a very small amount of each color most of the time. But still, you need to have them available. So I was kind of struggling in my mind slightly in the beginning when I started projects like this, because prior to that, I did like samplers. So everything comes with a kit with the right amount of, floss you need. 702, let me get my thread here. So in the beginning, I thought, well, this is a hobby. I'm not, I don't have to stitch. Oh, it's already there. This one, it's already there. There's one more here. So in the beginning, that's why I started off with CXC floss. I don't know whether it's available worldwide or it's a UK thing. I have no idea. But I learned about CXC from one of the floss tubers. It may be Stitching Smiles. I can't remember the correct name. I'm so sorry. I love the couple. It's a really nice girl running the channel, and then her husband, I believe, very young couple, and so I learned from them. They're based in the UK as well. So I thought, well, I don't even know if I'm going to enjoy this type of project. I don't want to invest that amount of money to get the floss and the fabric, amongst other things, tools, frames, all that stuff. So I started off with CXC, and I actually quite like the way it stitches. If you haven't tried them, give it a try, because it's actually really pleasurable to stitch, for me anyway. 702. 702. You do need to learn to work with it. If you're used to DMC, they rarely snag together. They rarely tangle. Even if they get tangled, it's very easy to separate them, because you can see the strands are so tightly spun together, and that's a sign of probably good threads, I suppose. But they're pretty pricey, at least over here in Europe. I think it's probably not just the UK. Everything just costs more over here, I think. 500. So I started off with CXC and then kind of became ambitious, because as I started working on this type of projects, I realized I loved it. I loved it. I thought, oh my God, I could stitch forever. And I really wanted that DMC experience. So I think maybe 2 years ago, Christmas, or around that time, I decided to get a whole set of DMC. So prior to that, I had some sort of smaller collections, but every time, you get a few colors and then you realize you need more. And it was never ending trying to top up and catch up with a thread list. So I decided to get a whole set, and not only that, get the, you probably have seen it, like a whole set in a wooden drawer thing. I got that. it is such a luxury, I know, but I just thought, well, you know, the box, the drawer is not just pretty, but it provides the storage, because storage of the entire set of DMC is going to be another project on its own. Let me just dot this needle here, 500. Let me see if I can pull it up. I have posted the drawer, the storage space, on my Instagram. I might be able to pull it up for you just so you can have a look. I think a lot of you might have seen it already. Probably a lot of you have it. Look, so have a look. So this is my stitching area that you're looking at right now, the desk. And I've got my tablet on the left here, normally, my computer on the right. And this is a picture I took when I was sorting out my thread organizer here on the right there. So this is the cabinet. It's absolutely beautiful, and everything's organized. You know, you can organize based on numbers, put in different drawers, and it's so easy to find threads, your threads. And since I got the set, I only need to top up very once in a while. There's some colors, they're more popular, so they get used up more frequently. But you know, when you're stitching max colors, you only tiny bit of tiny section from every single scan there, so they last for a long time. So I don't feel too guilty getting it, because it just made the whole thing so much easier. I've got a storage area, and also, you know, I've got all the colors I need, bar a few special ones. I think it includes that 0, I don't know if it's a 0, it's from 1 to 150, which is not included in CXC, for instance. I think those are considered actually newer colors or special colors, something like that. So it's just so nice to have that there for me, so I don't have to panic, you know, thinking that I'm going to run out of certain colors. And you always know when you're running low on certain colors, then I order from Etsy individually. 3831. 3831. So that was a little gift I gave myself. 3831. Let me see. 3831, and I can't tell you how excited I was when it arrived. 3831. No, I don't have it. It was literally like Christmas. I think it probably was. I think it was Christmas time. I got it. I needed an excuse, right? 3831. But I thought, well, you know, I don't have that many sort of luxurious things in my life, you know. I don't need diamonds. I don't need sort of designer clothes. I'm just not into those. As a yoga teacher, I live on leggings and tracksuit, jackets and bottoms. That's what I live in most of the time, lycra. But but stitching is really something that I spend a lot of time doing. So, but it's just so interesting. I think particularly women, we felt guilty when we do things that pleases just us. We need to learn to not do that. It's okay. It's okay to do things to make you happy, I think. 1, 2, 3. That one. I don't know why I did not stitch the other one. Okay. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, I got it wrong. So that's that, the whole set of DMC was probably one of the best things I purchased for myself, I think. So I went from CXC for set, just to give you some idea. CXC thread in the UK, at least the time when I bought the set, I actually got 2 sets. I went a little bit crazy there. But a single set from 150, well, in terms of color code, to the last one, whichever that is, 3,800 something. The full set was under £50. And it doesn't matter if you don't know the conversion. I'll give you the reference for DMC. If you get a whole set of DMC, I don't know, probably very similar now. It's, well, it depends on where you buy it from. If you get a full set like the one I've got, without the cabinet, without the drawer, it could be somewhere close to £400 to £500. So you do the math. It's about 10 times. Or is it? My math is not good. But, either it's about £50 or close to £500. So imagine if you just started stitching 3A31, 3A31, let me just do it before I forget. Imagine if you just started off as a hobby like I did, and then you realize if you want to do something like a max color, there's really no other way, because if you buy loose scans of the floss, it's going to end up costing even more. And yeah, to kit up 240 colors, literally £250. I don't know how many dollars would that be, as most of you probably know dollars better. Yeah, that's a lot of money for a hobby. 3,750. 3,750, and I got the full set of DMC. When was that? It was, I need to look at my post, probably more than 2 years ago, something like that. And I haven't needed to top up that many colors. I've added a few as backup, because I look at the project and see which colors might need more. But to be honest, this type of projects, you move forward slowly. So it might be months, if not years, before you need to top up, meaningfully. It's, yeah, so I'm set as far as floss goes. And that feels good, because sometimes, for instance, this one, when I try to get the floss together, majority of the colors I've already have on my organizer, because I use those colors for other projects. So the organization is very easy. I just more colors, you know, whatever colors that I don't have already on my organizers. Whereas in the beginning, it takes days just to get all the threads together for one project. It's like epic task. So using a single organizer for just, you know, DMC, for instance, I just build up the colors, whichever I haven't got already. You know, I've got so many projects from the using DMC and CXC as well. I kind of approach it the same way. 3750, 3750. Done. I love this app, actually, I have to confess. The fact it just takes me through the next color, I don't have to think about it, is such an elegant thing to have for an app. Such an elegant feature. 3012. I really hope they lift the ban. Like now, seriously. How silly is it for Google to impose that kind of a sanction? It's meaningless, utterly meaningless. 3012. 3012. You know, you don't try to stop a war, anything like that, by punishing innocent people, by making their lives hard. Have you heard of a war stopping because of that? And if you need to check, don't bother, because it never happened. It just doesn't work that way. But we're imposing these silly policies and, you know, try to solve a complex problem. It doesn't work. They leave innocent people alone. It's a beautiful little start, the colorful little stitches, really pretty. 3012. I need a sip of my tea. I'm feeling this is gonna be a marathon session because I feel it. Really beautiful. Let me see how many 2 stitches I've got. A few more to go. I'm totally cool with it. I think the hardest part is, well, not hardest part, hardly, but the most challenging part is the single stitches, in my mind anyway. 936. Nice 36. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one I have to jump over. Racy pacey. I'm going over here. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And the beauty of this type of whoops, if I kind of mini cross country, you're kind of building up these little stitches as you go. If you don't reference to the markup, you don't know what you're stitching essentially. I know I can see the cushion here, but a lot of times you're so focusing on the micro view, you don't notice. You're not focusing on the bigger picture, which is kind of nice sometimes, because then you just look at the individual stitches, thinking about where you're going to take your thread, your needles to, and before you know it, the picture underneath emerges. You go, oh my, so this is what I've been stitching for the last 5 hours. And that's kind of nice. 9, 3, 6. Next one, 3, 0, 3, 1. Let me just check if not any one of these part threads. No. 3, 0, 3, 1. If you wonder how I got my thread ready so quick, I have a parking system that's separate from my organizer. Let me see if I can maybe quickly show you. I'll need to zoom out a little bit. Let me finish this stitch. I want to show it to you because I'm just curious on how you deal with your part threads or part needles, or do you dock your needles and threads somewhere? So I have 2 different ways of doing it. I'm using both of them for different projects. Let me tuck this one over here. Maybe I can quickly show you my needle parking system. Sounds so grand. Yes, it's my invention. My name on it. Let me see. 3, 0, 3, 1. So brace yourself. It's not a pretty sight. 3, 0, 3, 1. Okay, now let me get it organized and I'll show you. So I'll show you the first method. I've already shown a little bit of that in other streams because people wondered about my thread organizer. So this set, let me zoom out a little bit, it'll be better. And let me maybe move my stand slightly away for now. I'll bring it back. So we have a little bit of space here. So this is my, let me just move these away. Okay. So we're good here. So here's my iPad here. So this is my thread system. So I talked a little bit about this, and I also have a clip on my video section. You can have a look. So I normally part my needles with, let me bring the other one. So this one is, whoops, a better example. So this one is for my CXC threads. So this is what I use for when I did a demo, quick demo. So you can see there are a lot of part needles here. So this is how I part my needles on top of the color numbers. So that kind of makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, and it's quick, so you can check whether you have one that's ready for you. And I'm not doing the same thing with the DMC, because with the 1/1 with a lot of color changes, I actually use a different system. So let me show you. I'm calling it system. It's just a thing I use. Okay, so with this one, I'm not parking on my thread holder here. I'm using this thing. So okay, so I've got one like this. I think this is the maximum I can zoom out. So I hope you can see it. All these little threads, they're attached to a needle, and they're part based on the color numbers, if that makes sense. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more and focus. So this is a piece of foam. It's actually an ironing board. There's a type of ironing board. It's made of almost felt-like material. So you can part the needles on top. It's like a giant needle parking pad. And so I've got a couple of these ones in different sizes for different projects. So here, I just cut a strip of cardboard, stick them together, made them long enough. You can create probably different size. I've got another one actually for a different project. My God, this is all kicking off. I didn't plan to show you this, but so I've got another one that's smaller for my Gecko Rouge project. So you can see a lot of needles there. That's why I'm constantly buying needles. So the Gecko Rouge project, it's got 144 colors, so that's all I need. So it's a smaller board, and I'm using this board for that one single project. It's a massive project. So so I can quickly just pick, just follow the number, pick my needles. Most of them have a, part thread already, and I just pull it out, so I can do it very quickly. And same thing with this one. Let me just pop this aside. This is a lot larger because for DMC, it's got a lot more colors. And it might look slightly messy, but I haven't got threads kind of tangled that I couldn't pull it off. Very occasionally, you might have threads, if you don't use them for a little while, sometimes the threads come off, but very rarely. So I just dock it. So you might be wondering where I put it. So what I've done, I told you I was a lateral thinker. I just use whatever works. So I've got a desktop easel here. So this you can just fold down like that. It's very solid. And I just prop it up on the side of my desk there. And then I just pop this on top. I think I normally come up a little bit higher here in this setting. And then I just pop it on the easel. And this will sit on my right. That's my habit. And then I just go through the numbers. And it's very easy to identify numbers because you just spot the first number on the left, see if it's larger or smaller. number of what you're looking for, and it just scans through to the right, and you can find a needle, just pick it up. So it's very easy when you're doing sort of one stitch, confetti area, and particularly if you're not parking, it's perfect. You need something like this so you can constantly, quickly pull it out. Because even if you dock I'm trying to find my threads. So even if you're parking on your on the organizer like this, you still need to flip through different cards. It might take a little bit longer. It's not too bad. I think it still works really well, but it's just a lot quicker. You can just quickly scan through. So this is what I've been using for the past, maybe over 2 years. It kind of evolved to this thing, because originally I was trying to find some sort of foamy thing that I could just, stab my needles on. And it's not too bad if you're just dealing with maybe 20 colors. But when you have the whole set, it kind of just makes sense to have somewhere that's quite big. So I wanted to show you this because I'm wondering how you manage your part thread. I've seen different ways of really creative ways people do it, but for some reason it just evolves to this, and I haven't seen anyone else that kind of doing the same thing. So I'm really curious. So let me bring my project back. And I think you tend to know something's working when you don't need to kind of go back and change too much. If it doesn't work, you probably have to go back and tweak it constantly, which I did for a long while. But I kind of settle with this way of working, and it's been working really well. But I'm always constantly trying to explore new ways to do it. So let me bring it back here. So there you go. That's my needle parking method. Hi, is it B Kenyan? Have I pronounced it correctly? The person says, I'm really enjoying your channel. To me, you have a similar vibe to the joy of painting with Bob Ross. Yes, I just saw a documentary about him. And it continued with, I don't know if he's well known outside the US. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice of you. Yes, I think he's probably the OG of the meditative, painting, I think. I have to say, I have seen, what I know of him is mostly from a documentary. I may have come across some repeats on BBC or something. When I was a kid, I might have seen some of that. I don't know whether it's a real-time program, but I saw a documentary. I don't know if you have seen that. He's actually had a pretty sad sort of events happen to him. I think he got sick. I don't know if it was cancer or something like that. And then after his passing, he got really sick and he couldn't do his programs anymore. And then there were a lot of issues with what he left behind in terms of his, business. It was literally like a little empire that he left behind, and so people fighting over his assets, money, etc. It's kind of sad. But yeah, he was an amazing showman when it comes to painting, isn't it? He probably made a lot of people have the confidence to paint. And I paint myself, so I know, you know, the kind of techniques he's teaching people probably bring people a lot of joy in terms of what it can do. You know, you don't have to be you don't need to be Monet to enjoy painting, really. So thank you so much. I take that totally 100% as a compliment. Thank you so much. That's kind of my approach to life as well. So, did you like my needle parking system? Dare I ask? People probably gasp in shock. It's like, you dealing with all those threads? That looks so chaotic. But it makes sense to me, probably because I built it. So, you know, it makes sense to me. I know why it's like this, why it's built like this, and it suits my needs. I'm wondering if you're stitching as well. You have absolutely no obligation to chat. This is the thing, because some people just want to stitch in peace, maybe listening to something. You have no obligation to engage with me, but I'm interested still, nevertheless. So this is over here. Okay, 9:30. And I think, and going back to Bob Ross, um, it was just really sad that I think his illness was caused by the fume from the paint, or rather the paint cleaner. That's why I don't do oil, because it's probably not great for your lungs because of the chemicals you need, the bleach you need to dissolve the paint from the paintbrushes. I went to art school, so I know what it's like. You know, the print room smells like, I don't know, it's just pure chemical. I just cannot imagine being in that kind of environment. And oil paint as well, there's a lot of chemical involved. Even though it's a beautiful art form, but you know, it's probably toxic. So if you want to do oil paints, being the really, you know, make sure your environment is really airy and have fresh air. You know, you don't want to be in the basement with no window. That's not the best place to paint oil painting. You can see these stitches are forming some sort of definition. Let's see, 9:30. 9:30. Next one. 434. 2 over here. Let me just take this down. I think this session is going to be one of the marathon ones because I feel like I can still keep going for a little bit more. Because sometimes the days you know, stitch for an hour or something, even half an hour, you feel like, oh, I'm gonna move on. But some days you just want to keep stitching. It's quite scary. 4 3 4 4 3 4 done. And particularly when you're trying out a new method, oh my, it's just so much fun. So much fun. Let's see. 3 7:30 7:30 7:30. There is a form of yoga. I don't know whether you have heard of. It's called yoga nidra. So nidra, so yoga you probably know, but nidra means sleeping. So it's a form of practice of yoga that kind of slightly different from meditation, because in meditation the goal is still to stay awake to a certain extent. You want to allow the mind to calm, but you are staying awake. A lot of times you're sitting up. Whereas yoga nidra, the goal isn't so much to fall asleep. It's a form of practice that, to some extent, there's some overlap, some similarities to meditation, but it's about finding that space between sleeping and being awake. I know it sounds really abstract if you never tried it before, and you know, it's not a type of state that can be prescribed as such, and you know, to go, well, just go into this state. It's a state that you kind of drift into, a little bit like sleep. But a lot of times you actually have maybe about 30%, 40%, depends on the people and it depends on the session. Let me just pop this back. 3:30. The goal isn't, well, a lot of people fall asleep or some form of sleep, and that's perfectly fine. It happens a lot. But it's a form of practice that allows your mind to fall asleep. The physical body, mind, still be awake, but your mind, you allow your mind to be quieted down. And partially, that's why people meditate as well. I think people meditate for different reasons, and there are different forms of meditation. Some meditation actually awake you physically. Depends on, you know, what you meditate toward. And I have to confess, even as a yoga teacher, I'm not a great meditator. I rarely choose to sit down and just meditate. I'm struggling to think about the last time it happened. 3799. So if I go to a sort of session, like a workshop or retreat, when there's guided meditation, I'm okay with that. It's not too bad. But do I choose to do it? Some people, they initiate the session themselves or listen to something. I can't remember the last time I actually do that. So by nature, I'm not a conventional meditator, but yoga nidra is something different. So because you're allowed to lie down and you're allowed to close the eyes, that's why a lot of people fall asleep. But it's a bit more relaxed form of, I don't want to call it meditation because it's not quite the same thing. But the definition is not important. It's the fact that just like meditation, it's a practice to allow your mind to be quieted down, which is not always easy. People can have their mind racing even when they're sleeping. That's why you have restless sleep, because your mind is not resting. Physically, you go into a state of sleep, but the mind is still fully working when it should be resting. So I recommend that if you come across, yoga nidra, particularly a class, I think the guided yoga nidra that you can find on YouTube as well. There are quite a lot you can look into. I'll say try it, particularly if you're like me. Sometimes having problems sleeping. Saying someone who's stitching at 2:20 in the morning in London. Yes, it's not so much I can't sleep. I do find it harder to sleep at the same time every day. I'm not a routine sleeper, if that makes sense. 3799. And luckily, I'm in a profession that I can kind of get away with it. So, if you teach yoga and your time is not fixed, and so you have some freedom to kind of, stay a bit later, that type of thing, or sleep till a little bit later in the morning. But otherwise, and I have done 9 to 5 jobs before, so I know to a certain extent you can maybe discipline your body to sleep at the same time, but it doesn't mean it's a restful sleep. Two different things. 902, let me just find my thread first. 3902. And the difference between restful sleep and just sleep is vast. They're different things. I think people can probably get through their lives sleeping, but not the greatest sleep, but still manage. 902. But if you have experience, we would probably, from time to time, you wake up in the morning and go, oh my, I feel refreshed. That kind of sleep. And you definitely know the difference because it feels very different to the body. Your body knows if it's fully rested. So the question would be, how can you get to that restful stage every single night? And the answer is not an easy one, because of the different factors, right? But there are things you could do to guide the body into the state that's more likely to induce a restful sleep. And it requires some, well, almost practice, to be honest, even though sleeping is such, what we do every day, or at least for most people every day. But it's not it's not a given. You can have all instructions you can have saying, if you do this, you do that, you get a good sleep. And you and I know it doesn't work that way, because it just doesn't. 9:02, pop it back on my board. And I think Yoga Nidra is one of the tools you can have to allow the body to get to that stage maybe a bit more frequently. Again, it's not something, that you could do and automatically work. Oh, I've got one part thread here, beautiful. So I can use this one. But it's a little bit like meditation or yoga practice in general. It's allowing the body to experience something that you can learn from. Because if you never know peace of mind, you can't teach someone what that is. It's just a concept that kind of doesn't really make much sense. Let me see if I've stitched in the right direct location. It's this one actually. But if your body has experienced it and frequent enough, it's like a new skill that it learns. It knows that, oh, so your body could be like that. It's like sometimes I talk about well-being to people and you get this blank stare back at you. They go, well, well-being, does that mean that your body's healthy in the sense that you don't have illnesses? And it's going to be a very long conversation. What is well-being? 3858. And it might mean different things to different people. I have a sip of my drink. My peppermint tea. It's lovely. What is well-being? I can give you my definition. You might have a different one. My definition would be it's when you feel your body and your mind are not fighting with each other. And what does that mean? Because I think as human, that's the beauty of being human, but it's also the challenge of being a human is that we have inner battle and conflict all the time. It could be something very small, like I was talking about just getting the full set of DMC. Just a full set of DMC floss created maybe some sort of guilt trip for me. Why? You know, it's supposed to be something so pleasurable. And that's because we are complex. And we have life experiences that turn into maybe baggage, you know, if it's not processed. Emotions and experiences, they become baggages and they start to build up. Why do women feel guilt for, you know, receiving any kind of, doing any pleasurable things? Why? Why do men have less of issues like that? Good question. 75110. 7, oh, read it wrong. 3371. I saw the number, it was so big. 3371. So I think well-being, at least for my definition, is not just healthy in the body. Yes, that comes first. But it doesn't mean you can't have well-being unless you have no illnesses whatsoever. Because well-being is not defined externally. Because some people might be born with certain diseases or conditions. Does that mean they can never feel well? No. It doesn't mean that. I think well-being is when you become okay with you. Doesn't matter what situation or the state you are. You could be going through health challenges, life challenges. But there's a chance of being well. It sounds contradictory, I know. And you may have different definition. I think for most people with, most of us, we probably associate well-being to health, which is not wrong, absolutely not wrong. But a healthy body, fit body doesn't guarantee a healthy mind. And I think we witness the manifestation of that through people we know, or maybe even ourselves. 3371. 3371. I'm really happy that it's starting to build up something going on here. 367. So this is the one underneath there. Because the true, well, I think, again, this is very much my opinion, and my opinion only. I think true wellness can only come when you're not engaging in a conflict, a battle. And that could come in all sorts of forms. Could be emotion, could be, you know, your diet, I don't know, the way you eat, that can create conflict. The classic examples would be we're eating something that we know intellectually is probably not going to do great things for us, but we enjoy it anyway. That happens a lot, right? I think anybody can relate to that. That's a kind of inner battle, because you're battling between having that, what we conceive as pleasurable experience, versus, well, dare I say, consequence. And I'm not even talking about, you gain a few pounds or whatever. That's a small thing. But I'm talking about maybe, have impact on your health. Ultimately, who knows? Or maybe substances, there's a lot of dependence on quote unquote medication. And medicine's supposed to heal. It's not going to create more problems for us. So 3, 6, 7. Did I miss one of them? I probably have. 3, 6, 7. There's one more stitch. One more stitch over here. And I think any form of conflict, with the body, the mind, creates, well, in a way, creates sickness to a certain extent. It has to, because if you think about your body as one, supposedly harmonious system that works with everything else, when your body is suffering or going through any kind of conflict, whether it's in the thoughts or in the body, eventually it will probably become pathological. It becomes a form of ailment. It has to, right? So how do you be free from that? 6, 7. It doesn't matter what definition you have for well-being. So, and just like, I was talking about yoga nidra. How do you describe that state of the space between sleeping and awake? How do you even explain that to people who has not experienced it? And I think the answer is in the question itself. You have to experience it to know. 3, 3, 4, 6. 3, 3, 4, 6. And just like well-being, how do you know what it feels like to be free? Free from any kind of physical or mind discomfort. 3, 3, 4, 6. It's a new thread. 3, 3, 4, 6. Lovely green. The only way you can understand what it is, you can find out what it is through experiencing it. So the question would be, how do you get about doing that? It's a chain of questions. we can take it further. You can go, well, maybe some people go, well, I'm not that bothered. I'm good where I am. And that's perfectly fine. I think a lot of these things are really, as I'm speaking right now, I think ultimately, I'm going veering into 3 stitches. I'm going up in the numbers. Ultimately, it might sound a little bit new age, but ultimately this information is for people who are seeking already, if that makes sense. Sometimes when you can go through entire life without knowing certain things, never heard of certain things, and then once you notice it, you suddenly notice everybody's talking about it, or see a sign here or there. You start reading about it. It just kind of randomly come across, or at least it seems like that. But suddenly they come into your focus. It's a bit like that, I think. Let me make sure I've got all 3 stitches. 3, 3, 4, 6. 3, 3, 4, 6 is where you turn your intention to. That's what you see. It doesn't mean it's not there. You just didn't focus on that, or didn't aware that it's always been there. But once you notice something, it's everywhere. And I think a lot of these type of information is a little bit like that. It will probably have no meaning, even if you kind of listening someone talking about it. It probably doesn't mean much. And it's perfectly fine. Because timing is another factor, isn't it? Knight A6, Knight A6. If the timing is not correct, it's just not the right time. It's just not the right time. But when the timing is right, suddenly it's loud and clear. And there's no right or wrong. It's just the timing and where you are in life. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And everybody has different paths. And not all of us going toward the same direction. 2, 3. 1, 2. Huh. 9A6. 9A6. It reminds me of Christmas, actually. It looks quite Christmassy. All the green and red and orange. Something quite festive about it. 3718. Let me just double check. I think I've got the parts right here. A lovely purple here. I got one here. It's over here. One, two, three. Such a beautiful color, this. It's kind of pinkish, purpley, lilac. And that's the beauty of DMC threads. The colors are so vibrant and so clean. Seven, one, eight. Oh. Done. 699. One, two, three, four. They're planting seeds everywhere. One, two. So going back to what I was saying about having a restful sleep. Yoga Nidra. If you ever come across a video, you can look it up on YouTube. There's some very good sort of guided sessions there. But I think it's very different if you do a session in person, because it's There's so much more sort of physical energy involved. 699. I think it's very similar to physical, well, regular yoga that we know, going to classes. It's never the same. It's never the same doing an online class. I think it became quite popular, particularly during the pandemic. And I taught Zoom classes as well. And that's when I profoundly kind of having this realization of how good we had before the lockdown, because now it's returning to normal to a certain extent, whatever normalcy is. But it was then I realized the kind of physical connection when you teach an in-person class, even though, you know, you're simply in the same space. And it's not just, I'm not just talking about it as a teacher. As a student, you go to a class, the kind of physical energy that you have within that space with other people practicing in the same space is totally different from if you following an instruction online. It's still great, you know, you can still have a good practice, but it's just not the same thing. It's not the same thing. I think there's something about let me just get this one. 801. Here we go. And particularly during pandemic, I was pondering upon the because I could acutely appreciate the difference. And I realized I kind of knew before yoga is not just a physical workout. It could be, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think I really, really appreciated it when physical classes was no longer available, at least for that period of time. And it helped me become a better teacher, because you know how sacred it is to be able to be the guide for a group of human beings, commit to come to this space with you and give you permission to guide them. What a gift, and what a privilege. So there are times, you know, days that are, you know, being a mere mortal, the days like my energy is not great. You know, the days I feel tired, or there are life events happen that drain my energy, that happens. 801. But if I'm honest, I don't think I ever taught a class that I don't feel better afterwards, or become more energetic, or feel more peaceful. And the same thing as a practitioner as well. I've never been to a class, maybe one or two exceptions, that I walked away feeling worse. Never. So something happens when you're literally using up all your strength and energy. You know, if you go to a strong class, or any class, to be honest. Why do you feel more energetic after you're using up so much energy? It doesn't make sense, right? Because energy in, energy out. If you have this much energy, you feel low energy, then if you use up more energy, you should technically feel so much worse. But it doesn't work like that. 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 5. So I realized that energy cannot be quantified. So it's not so much you have less energy or more energy. It's, I think energy is like a sponge. You can absorb energy from things or people around you. I'm sure you come across people that you really don't want to come across them because they're kind of just, they sap your energy away just by being there. They don't have to do anything. You just have a look at them. You go, oh. And it's not so much they do something that's wrong or bad. It's just that they bring this, how do I describe it? They suck your energy just with their existence. It happens. Do you not have people around you that your heart sink? You know, it sinks as you see them. And it's not like they're terrible people or anything. It doesn't work like that. They could be nice people. But their energy is constantly in the very kind of low frequency. They're probably not even aware of that themselves. But they live around that orbit or circle or whatever you however you define the kind of energy you're carrying. And for me, that's kind of warning sign for myself, because it made me acutely aware of the energy I'm carrying. Because I don't want to be one of them. I don't want people to go, well, you know, as soon as I see that yoga teacher, my heart sinks. I don't want people to feel like that. It made me more aware of not so much about what I do, but what I carry around, you know, energy-wise. It's abstract, but it's also very real. Very real. 3A62. 3A62. Mm. 3A62 is a new one. Nice brown color. around this area. Let me see. 3 stitches. Um, one, two. Starting to build up a pattern here. It's really nice. Because when you're doing single stitches, it just looks like random stitches everywhere. Three. And that's it. I'm going to tuck it under this one here. Missed it. Seven, 9. I think that's the one I've just done. Oh no, that one. 3A62. And where are we? 779. So you see it's here. I think this square has some sort of pattern in the center there. Trying to figure out. Okay, there's one extra stitch there that's not captured by the app. So this is the kind of color changes that's so signature for Max colors, because normally you wouldn't get this kind of transitions of colors in regular pieces. And I haven't been drawn to supersize. It's just not really talking to me. I'm not particularly, I think if you increase the size, you kind of, I don't know. You still have the same number of colors. I think supersize is also around the same number of colors. 775, 779. Okay. So in a way, it kind of evens out. It's just a larger size, regular color, wouldn't you say? Or is my perception of supersize incorrect? Because the number of stitches number of stitches increase, but not the colors. So in a way, it kind of evens out, just like a regular piece, but bigger. No? Let's see. 3A14. Let me see if I've got one of the part threads here. I'm very eager to use it up because they're kind of in a way. So I've got, why don't I? Let me define a part thread here, just so it's easier for me. Pretty much these ones are part 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me give it a different color. I don't get confused. Okay, not the prettiest color, but it works. It works for me. 4 part threads, because I keep trying to check in case I duplicate the numbers. So this one is already there. It's that one. So it's a part. And then, because then I would know instantly which one has been part. Oh, I actually don't mind this parking method. I thought it was going to be quite a tedious to do. See, I change my mind all the time. That one as well. The fact I don't have to change into different modes, like edit mode, marking mode, edit mode, marking mode. Oh, there you go. Here's a part thread as well. Because I was getting confused. And then above, there you go. Fine, now I know where I am. Much better, much better. So let me see. It's kind of thick. I kind of wish I could make the borders a little bit thinner. Never mind, can't change it. So I'm gonna cheat. Stitch this one as well. I think I missed this one. And the one underneath. So 1, 2, 3. And then one more over there. 2 from above. I can sense today is going to be a marathon session. I don't mind it. Just one of those in the flow sessions. Beautiful. And the next one, oh, this. Already have a parts right here. There's something about this app, it's just really intelligent and caring. You know, it cares about what you need, which is nice. So we've got 4 stitches. And there's one more over here, a bit tricky to get to. I've got a parts right here. I'll see if I could do 4 stitches without running out of my thread. Like a hairdresser. 1, 2, and there's another one under here, not too far away. That's good because it's running very short. And one more. Where's, oh, it's a bit far away. All right then. I'll probably do a pin stitch because it's at the bottom left here. Let me see. Let me do a pin stitch just to anchor my thread there. I'm just clumsy with pin stitches. See if I can get away with it without having a new thread. Just about. Lovely. Lovely. 4 stitches done. Next one, 7, 970. 4. Where's the 4th one? I only see 3. Oh, yes. Cool. Okay. It's 970. 970. very, very short. Got just tiny bit left. Let's see how far I can go with it. I hate wasting threads. I don't like to throw away threads unless I have to. Every single piece of thread, they're designed to be stitched, isn't it? So imagine if they don't even get to fulfill that mission. That's kind of sad. Oh, that one. Hang on. Yes, it's fine. One more over here. I might need to end my thread here. There's another stitch that's way over in the next block. So I'm going to end it. Say goodbye to this lovely piece of thread here. Let's see if I can tuck it under here. This stitch probably have about three different threads tucked under. And I'm going to start a new one. Let me see. 970. 970. What a blessing to be able to stitch. $9.70, this lovely orange. Here you go. It's over here. So a nice contrast with orange color. So that stitch isn't too pretty. It's a little bit orange showing there, but it doesn't matter. I'll stitch over it. Let me just part this away. Something happening here. 970. Oh dear, 3340. 3340. Let me see. 2 over here. It looks a little bit different from my pattern here. Okay. It's a little bit tight over there. Let me see. Whoa. How pretty is that? I know where this is going now. It's gonna be it's really lovely pattern there. Let's see. I'm gonna go on for a few more stitches. I'll see how it goes. I'm actually a little bit hungry. I think stitching really takes a lot of energy. I feel like I've run a marathon or something. 3A01. 3A01. I think probably burn about at least 300 calories. Just all the movement of the hands and from the eyesight. I think it must have, must be burning energies, using up so much concentration there. 3A01. So, to keep the body healthy, do yoga and stitching. You're sorted. You don't have to go to a gym. Well, I suppose you have to go to some sort of studio or gym. Let's see. 3A01. I think this is probably my last stitch, last color before today's session. Let's have a look. 3A01. You know what I'm craving for? I'm craving for coffee, which is very, very naughty, considering it's 3 o'clock in London. 3 o'clock in the morning, by the way. I'm not talking about 3 p.m. Let me just do one stitch over here. But it's not unheard of for me to drink coffee late at night. I think if you're genuinely sleepy, it doesn't matter. You can drink 10 cups of coffee still. It doesn't stop you from sleeping.